Hello everyone. How you doing today? Have I got a neat thing to tell you guys that I just found out about the other day? Counter-Strike Global Offensive is back on Steam. That's not a joke. And it's like not in like the classic version of CS2. It's actually just its own thing again. You can't find it without having a direct link to it. It doesn't show up in the search, but you can just get it and it's free. Like here. CS:GO, baby! It's missing a space right there, but that's fine. You can fix that. Well, oh, that's new. Anyway, yeah, no, you can fix that. You might have to edit it elsewhere, but yeah, CS2, it's a thing that exists again, or CS:GO rather. To pair with your Counter Strike 2 that replaced it and got rid of all your achievements, which is kind of a dick move. Anyway, beavers. What's the name of the game with the beavers? Timberborn, that's what it's called. Wow. Apparently, 8.4% of players have survived for 10 cycles. Not all of my achievements are glowy anymore. Okay, that map in the center there, I would love to play because that looks just like a good one. Yeah, DM. Did you see the Counter Strike news? Boom. Counter Strike Go back in action. It's got its own listing again. You can just play it. You have to have the direct link to the store. You cannot find it in search. It it is unlisted and does not appear in search. But if you have the link, you can just get it and just have it forever. So that's great if you're someone that wants to play Counter Strike Go. Instead of CS2, and they have, as far as I'm aware, they have servers running again. They've revived Counter Strike Global Offensive, basically. You've been playing both GTA 4 and Saints Row 3 Remaster on my Steam Deck, both run out of flawless 60. For GTA 4, have you installed the overhaul mod? I forget what it's called, but there's a mod that like fixes a whole pile of bugs, including a bunch of rendering bugs. And frankly, it makes the game run even better on Steam Deck. Which is saying something, considering it already runs really freaking well. But it fixes things that are affecting you don't even notice, though. It's things like, how do I put this? Things like the fog being wrong compared to the consoles. It fixes the sun having not like being more washed out than it was supposed to be. All kinds of little things like that they just overhauled. It fixes a couple of frame rate bugs, I think. There are some missions that bug out if you play at 60. I mean, in fairness, I mean, it sounds like that wasn't intended in the first place, so. Building will get staff. Actually, we're exactly this building worth of not enough beavers. You know, it really says something that they were constantly out of power. With GTA 4, granted, I'm only 4 hours and only just got access to the useless internet. I wish that any of the GTA games had a more functional internet than what they have. Because what they have is kind of okay, but like... Yeah, like GTA 5, you can buy a building, and that's great, but it doesn't quite do what you'd hope it does. Like, where's the weird online games? Where's the Twitter? That is an offline-only thing, because initially it was available online, but players were manipulating the market and making just obscene amounts of money. It lasted, I think, a week. Yeah. Before there were modders, there were people that were just manipulating the stock market. I hope so too. I also hope that they don't do boneheaded stupid things and prevent people on Linux from playing. What are all our builders doing right now? Ah, you're building these. Fair enough. Honestly, if I was smart, I would put the water wheels over here. and block this up so I can generate a ton of power from it. Not that this is working very well for that, but like just in general. Yeah, the random bursts of 60 horsepower, 70 horsepower would not be unwelcome. But, yeah, it's a little bit upstream. Really, where I should put it is like places like this. Because that's where it's like nice and restricted, right? I'm an idiot. I built all of these backwards, I think. Unless I missed a bit of path. Nope, I just built these backward. Hell yeah! Friggin' love water. Especially when I'm giving it by, you know, free. You know, it's a big benefit that. Alright. Food is... looks like fine. Water... Technically, it should never end up being full because of this sensor. Because I told it to maintain 90, so that's fine. I wish I could set like a buffer. You know, turn on at 80, turn off at 95. Really? We can't store 1400, but we can store 1350. Store 1400 or 1200. I'm doing pretty good. There's one food I really want. Is it bread? I actually have no idea what it would be. And drought. I mean, any second now. See? Drought. Is there a drought sensor? And I guess technically, like, a depth sensor would be a drought sensor here. But then I would also need a... I need, like, an and thing. Have a relay, flow sensor, depth sensor, chronometer, weather station, power meter, population counter, resource counter, science counter. I don't see an and. Because what I would like to do is go, if this is low, and, or rather, if this is saying yes and there's water here, turn these on, otherwise don't. Pork and mushroom fried dumplings with rice that tastes like Sprite. crispy pork and noodles and... Oh, that sounds amazing. The hell? It sounds great. Of course, all that stuff I was just talking about won't matter very soon because once the dam's built, next time there's a drought, it's fine. Also, 7-day drought's really long. How do I cancel the deconstruction? Yeah, there we go. Wish I could tell them to prioritize it, though. Make that happen, please. Phenomenal. Good served with chili crisp and soy sauce. So the chili crisp and soy sauce goes into the Sprite rice. Eat the dumplings with some of the rice with the leftover. Then the leftover rice gets mixed into the crispy pork and noodle with spicy soup, and it's just heavenly. And I want some right now. Send pictures of what it looks like. All right, I'll have a look in a minute. Okay. That almost works there. I just need to put like a platform there. And then well-being stretchy studio, whatever it's called. Very much like for them to get that out of the way if they could. What's the next stage in power for me? Either bigger water wheels, which I could almost make work, but that needs deeper water, I think. Or just more steam engine. Another steam engine would do it. It's kind of what I was thinking about for up here. Just turn this into like power gen / general industry. Of course, I could actually just put it right there and it would work. Connect cleanly and everything. I agree. I do feel like the game is missing out on more more power generation in general. Okay. Coffee. Oh, good. Those are cut. And I'm planting... What were these? Cassava. Oh, I have homeless again. I need to fix that. All those bits done ASAP. The rest of it can technically wait. Well, this new agricultural area is coming along nicely. This is technically requesting water, but the water level up here is not high enough to provide, so that's fine. It's a 7-day drought. That's not exactly surprising, but we're also not drinking out of this pool, so that's very fine. We still have 3/4. I'd say we still got most of the water in there. Yeah, honestly, a larger steam engine would be a fantastic solution to this problem. You know what I would love would be a built-in monitoring of this that like sticks a little arrow on there that tells me, hey, your food supply is going up or down, you know? And then you can configure over how long of a period it monitors. Really? 1 kernel of 1 corn, 1 berry, and make 2 timbits. That's awesome. Sounds very resource intensive, though. Like, it doesn't sound like it'd be a very good use of money. Or money resources. It doesn't sound like it's a good use of resources. That literally just needs some metal parts and be hit with a hammer. Got 73 gears yet left. We're still fine. Yeah, I would need so many of those just to, you know, give everyone equal access to Timbits. But I don't think it'd be worth it. Hey, drought's over. In 7 days, we drank almost 1 block of depth, which is... which means we got about 14 days of water up there. And then probably 4 or 5 days worth of stored water. Not a fan of that. These really need an ability to set, you know, an upper and lower limit so they don't flicker on and off. $100 horsepower. $109, 115. You get a decent amount of horsepower. You set up some water wheels right there. Honestly, this whole thing could be turned into a giant source of horsepower, but at the same time, I can just build these and, well, yeah. And the water comes flowing in, goes over the barrier, and away she goes, refilling the bay. Plural. I mean, there's some that add like spinning rotational mass in order to optimize your power storage, but like beyond that, there really isn't that many sources of power. I think I want to get into... I'm gonna need that. 200 horsepower, huh? Fair enough. No, I want to get into... Here it is. So I'm going to need to scale up gears and metal. Mostly metal, but gears too. Well, you don't have any wood. You're within range of those. I never marked that as a place you can cut, did I? Put more material into building it and increases power output, or using possibly a logarithmic curve so it doesn't just scale forever. That could make sense, yeah. The way the water seems to, like, fluctuate depending on, like, how much it wants to, like, go over this is kind of weird. Honestly, if I was smart, I would make most of these non-flow, put a couple, like, two in the middle here that are slightly down, put two of these in the way, put blocks on the sides, and just run it hard like that. That would be the way to do this. Maybe I should. In fact, if I do the big one, that actually makes a lot of sense. Okay, stick it right there. I want... Not maybe, I want dam. Or dam, I want not levy. Power, learn dam. Yep, that makes sense. Actually, that... Okay, power can go out either side, so that works. Two big ones, so makes four. I think that this is already going to be substantially more, just because the way this I'm putting it together than the old one would have been, in terms of power. So all high priority, please. Yeah, no, that's true. I can just make it wider if I need. I think this should be able to just about reach everything here. My thing was move the wheel and the right side of the dam to the right by one. Move the wheel and the right side of the dam to the right by one. Move the left side of the dam to the left by one. Then it's still central enough to being able to do that sometime. Yeah, no. This is just me testing the theory, basically. Hopefully, it works. I just realized I didn't really leave them a way to get down there, did I? I can't. Okay, so one of the things you can do is you just uncheck this, and then you can just lower that section. So I'll probably set all the rest of them to the maximum height, and then just lower like the two in front of that. Possibly one clever thing I could do is I could set it up so that there's a either a flow or some other type of sensor up here that will tell it whether or not those two should be down or not. That way the water should have, you know, all of this left to pool to maximize the amount of water we have before a drought. Yeah. Water's flowing pretty good right now. Especially over here. Can we talk about how wildly like dangerous those curved steps look? Like that's wildly just a twist on it, you know? Jesus Christ, that looks so uncomfortable. Well, I mean, the point isn't to measure the flow as a thing that's flowing. The point is to measure the flow as, is there water here? Which means a depth sensor would work just as well, and I already have that unlocked. Do you see the spammer, DM, or is your iPad doing things again? Oh, they can walk that. That's fine. They'll just pop off. Oh, I'm sure they'll... Life finds a way. It's not marked as unbuildable. Unironically, you could do a lot with this spiral as long as you don't rely on the spiral itself for any growing. Because the bad water is just going to kill everything. But... you know, on the plus side, we got 3 days of warning before a bad tide, so, you know. How were they getting over here earlier? Because there were some of them that were, like, building from this side. I don't know how they were getting here. There's no natural slopes or anything. Strange. But also, unironically, if you capped those, capped that, and flowed clean water through here, a lot of this immediately becomes extremely usable farmland. Also, if you pop a hole over here somehow so water can flow out, a large portion of this map becomes usable as farmland as soon as you cap some bees. Yeah, and honestly, Twitch is kind of awful because of how bad it is in terms of, like, your current experience is unacceptable. A moderator should be able to see the things that require a moderator's attention. Like, that's... duh? You know what's even worse is Twitch's API for, like, getting messages that have been held by, like, held in the moderator queue and stuff is fucking awful. It is so difficult to access, it's not even funny. Like, inexcusably difficult. Like, I have everything I need. I wrote a bot that literally uses an LLM and does some, like, text normalization to determine if something in the mod queue is spam. I tested it, and it works pretty well. The problem is, there's no fucking way to access the mod queue. Like, there is. Good luck doing so. Well, yeah, but I'm also on Linux. Oh, fair enough. Either way, it's obscenely absurd how difficult they've made it. It's beyond reasonable. Why is it difficult to access the moderation queue? That's like basic things that you should be able to do as a moderator or as a streamer. It should be simple to access that if you're an authorized user, but it's not, and it's frankly kind of inexcusable. What do you mean? How do they walk to the other side once it's built? Oh! Good point, good point. Actually, that's literally the worst of the two options I could have done there. And also save some construction there. Yep, that's the plan. Although, for that matter. Intention is that these should always have water. Along with a nice big fat reservoir for it. Explosive factory, of course, working away. Alright, so this is about the depth that I probably want to work on for this. Of course, I go down to this depth. No, I can't. I'm not going to start that there. Maybe I'll connect to there later, but I can't start there. I need to start somewhere where there's ideally a wall that I can dig into and go down. Somewhere that's like relatively close to everyone as well. So like over here kind of works. Yeah, okay. It's not super close, but I can add a path. That's easy. If I add a path here, then all these buildings are near this station, and then I can just build other stations. And my intention... Yeah, that's the layer I was going for. Then I can basically just go... Although I do need to go down one more layer, I think, in order to make in order for this to be reasonable. So I have to go down there. I expect if all those are running full tilt and the water level ends up low enough that it's actually drinking out of this, there will be a visible flow of water through there. I just realized I could have just used a ladder for that. Oh well. If I'm smart, I go all the way down to the base layer. It's harder to construct down there, but I think it'll work out for the best. I think a 2-bomb would probably be... Also, I just realized they can build infinitely downward. Oh, well, they do need to be able to get down into the tunnel for this, so... Oh, hey, we're done. Set this to 1.7 and 1.7. And over here... It's built. Should name it. So right now is it on or is it off? It is off. So when it's off, I want 2 meters. When it's on, 1.75. And the rest of these stay at 2 meters. So that should direct the water through there and boom. So that's where it's gonna be, I believe, after the explosives. I'm still gonna go down one more. Okay, 200 horsepower? Well, have I got good news in terms of powering this? That's exactly 1/2 of one of these. So I can run 2 of them. I hate the fact of Apple you can't have more than one audio source playing at a time, because what if I want to watch more than one stream at the same pair of headphones at the same time? Yeah. Unironically agree. There's a lot of things that Apple does that just pisses me off. That makes me not want to use it. Go figure. Like, also, window management on macOS is just awful. I've never had an experience on macOS other than, yes, that is a good window manager. It does things that I expect it to do. It just doesn't happen. I was hoping this would upset dirt blocks.
Meanwhile, on my phone I can split screen to two, have multiple auto streams going at the same time, and if I want to, I can even output the audio output through multiple Bluetooth devices at the same time, or pick and choose which audio device goes to it. Yeah, exactly. Hell, on my machine right now, if I turn out the speakers, that's my speakers. I'm also wearing headphones. I feel like it's an important thing to say. There is no inherent restriction that is being imposed here, other than one that they are imposing themselves. And yes, I have got, like, massive speakers hooked up, so, you know. They're, like, actually fantastic. From the late 90s, they're just good speakers. Yeah, that's awful. I swear macOS is designed with the idea that multitasking is an afterthought, not a thing people do. And that may have been fair when macOS was new, but that hasn't been true in a very long time. Not really. Wonder if it'll let me do another one. Although at that depth, is there anything that actually blocks me anymore? Actually, no, that is the bottom layer. Well-ish. Close enough. Cool. Although I do actually need to bring this down to do the thing I wanted to do here. Put a station over here, probably? Yeah. And I want one over here somewhere. Let's say here. You know what the problem with doing these is? Because it doesn't actually place any, like, path down there, so you have to, like, monitor them to make them keep placing paths so they can get to them. Alright, so, let's put another station here-ish. I will sacrifice a bit of the farmland here. Yeah. Especially for things like the tunneling, there shouldn't be any built-in restriction on how far they can go. Also, that explosives factory, definitely I'm going to need to build more of them. Well, right now they're out of water. Bad water, but... That's just because we had a really long drought and didn't have nearly enough stored. You know what, let's put a station over here. I also wish I could, tell it to, mark that spot on every level, but I don't seem to be able to. I believe that gets us deep enough. Well, if it doesn't, it'll be close enough, I think. Of course, we are entirely out of planks. And we need refined on gears. We can always use more treated. Well, we don't actually use that many treated planks, but we can always use. That's actually right now it. I'll just do that. I'll sort that out later. course, these can't store. I wish we could have storage more varied. And also just a larger version of this. Like, why is there not a 3 tall version of that? Love that backflow. You know, it occurs to me that if you blew out all the way around the entire loop here, I don't think these are very limited by the amount of water they can provide. I think the only limitation is flow rate. I think you'd end up with just a lot more water. I know what I can build more of. As usual, we are not enough power. Water level's starting to come back up, so that's good. That'll probably. This might solve our power problem, to be honest, once this is actually flowing. It has been 3 days since the drought ended. The water still hasn't finished refilling. We are a thirsty bunch. I mean, you're not wrong. There we go. Look at that. Almost 2,000, well, almost 800 horsepower all on its own. 900. $700. We'll see once it calms down, but it's still a significant volume of horsepower. 500. Any of those are good values. I want this to be able to accept water too. Actually, I'm gonna reload to 8.5 digit 8.0 because this needs to be able to get water, and that will, you know, keep it below the limit. I have no doubt this is going to take a minute. Yeah, we're down to like 0.35, so... like that, that's full, that's stopped, and we're done. That's good. Now it should come up just a little bit more, and then this should start to spin. There we go. I suspect this is going to bump up and down between like 500 and 1,000 horsepower. But even so, that's still energy stored as needed. Oh, I didn't realize these needed metal parts. I should make a storage for metal parts. I keep not doing that. And technically, if I wanted to double dip, I could put more of this on the other side. Just put another wheel directly in line. Oh wait, that's not what I wanted. Needs planks. Of course it does. Okay. It'll get there. All the other things that are screaming out for planks are going to get planks first, I imagine. But we did just more than 6 times our plank production, so... Well, one's easy build at least. Which might take a minute, because it needs metal parts. Which is the other thing that, honestly, I should probably add here. I can make that work. Yeah, I'll do that. I mean, power-wise, we're fucked, but I can make this work. I say it's still weird seeing other people go play Cosmic Tier, especially early game, because it looks like they look at the ships and go, oh, they're teeny tiny. Well, they are teeny tiny, but they are still pretty good as they go. Food is fine, water's hurting, but we're working on that. It might be time to expand our tree growing operation soon. But where? Where's a good place that we can flood to grow trees? Technically over here, but that's a long distance. That's gonna be very later game, I think. I just realized we have coffee, but I never actually built the structure that makes coffee. Because it needs power, and I didn't want to think about that at the moment. There we go, coffee house. And we need storage for the coffee and the coffee. Alright, we have coffee bean store. I just need to store the coffee. Doesn't need to be a big place, just coffee. Do we not store coffee in here? Let's start there. Do they have to, like, go to the building and get coffee directly? Oh, you're right. Good thought. Yeah, coffee. Also grease, but coffee. You're not, I mean, okay, you say that. McDonald's handles it easily enough. And Coke. Coca-Cola especially. How is it that there's planks but not logs? Aluminum pouches in a box. Yes. You know what? Tree farm. Right here. That's never going to flood through again. I can pop those, I can dam those, and all of a sudden this whole area becomes viable farmland. So knowing that then... Dam. Dam. I hate this one because it's kind of not quite clean. There's no winning with this one. Rock bottom. Attempt placing dynamite at the wow. I haven't hit rock bottom. You've hit rock bottom. Alright, now I just need to figure out how I'm going to get beavers over here. I almost call them otters. They are not otters. I get some in the water, but it's not quite what I want. But isn't the worst option? What percentage was that one? It was... 4.5%. You know what, that's stupid. Why am I doing that? Yeah, so a decent number of people have done that. I suspect most of the people that have done that either did it by mistake like I did, or they are the kind of person that is achievement hunting. I'm curious, what achievements are there in this game? There's still 36 more that I haven't unlocked, apparently. Plant 5,000 trees during a single playthrough. I'm even getting there. Wasteland Expert. Survive 20 cycles on one map. Getting there. Fix the leak. Cover a bad water source on a map using one of the dedicated buildings. Probably going to do that. Reach an average build being of 30. Build a bot. Average build being of 40. 10,000 trees. Explode 200 dynamite in a single day. I don't know if I'm going to do that one immediately. Population of 250. Cap all bad water sources on the map using the dedicated buildings. Have a 24-hour work time for 7 days in a row. Sky's the limit. Build a structure at the highest allowed height, which is saying something because I've built some skyscrapers before in this game. Store at least 655,321 horsepower hours worth of power using gravity batteries. Generate 10,000 horsepower using only water wheels and a single power arc. That's... On some maps, that's incredibly doable. I've done that with a single wheel before. It was broken as shit. As the guarantee to have at least 10 two-way stations and 1,000 two-ways. I'll probably do that. Anyway, back to the game. I was originally going to turn this into power generation, but honestly, we're doing... I mean, this is probably about to wipe us out once these come online, but we're getting there. What I'm... Right now, we're holding about steady in water, and I like to see it, but... Oh, I forgot to automate these. That's this one, right? That's the water sword level? Yes. These are the kind of workplace where you drag beavers away from other jobs to run because you need it. I'll get to that eventually. I need... Yep, yeah, so the wood is coming along, gonna be coming along over here. Not a constant supply of water, but it should primarily go that way because of these. So that's already worked out. And I can blow up little channels to move water around over here. So this is all gonna work out. What's in the way of my second foundry door? Nothing, it's just not built yet. Unless you're talking about over here, in which case it's just not built yet. Although... There we go. You saw the door on the other side and thought it was blocked off when it was on... Yeah, no, that's fair. Honestly, I thought that initially too, but no, it's... Yeah, it's fine. Right now, our biggest limitation by far is metal parts, which, coming online, we're getting better, but... No, that and wood. We're just out of wood. Luckily, I believe a bunch of these have just been planted, so... Could be better, I suppose. Of course, I bet a big part of that is this. This is just gobbling down wood right now. Is my second tree farm active? No, this is the second tree farm yet. I have yet to even begin. Because I need them to go over here, I need them to build these dams, and then start blowing stuff out, and then probably set up a mine on top of this, and all kinds of stuff. Oh, the one in the middle of the wood? No, that's not. This is mangrove trees. They produce mangrove fruit. And are apparently... Yeah, they're being eaten faster than they're being harvested. Or they're being harvested... You know what I'm trying to say. It's food. They're farm trees. Same thing. Also mangrove. They're not worth that much wood anyway, but... You know. Oh, this isn't for wood. This is for pine sap. That being said... Yeah. Yeah, actually, yeah. I honestly don't need nearly this much. Oh, they're getting bad water. Fair enough. Mostly. Imagine a bunch of them calling, yeah, scrap metal. Once that's empty, there's going to be really no reason for them to come over here. But there is going to be a reason to come over here. And unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to put a tube-way over here. Not easily, at least not on the ground. I can do them above ground. But... Progress is being made. Which I just realized is probably also a big part of why we're soaking up so many planks. And thus wood. prioritize all of this. Because once this is all done, we can start growing a lot more wood, and that fixes a lot of problems right now. We'll keep that bit there to make pine sap. We don't really need that much, so. A drought? Okay. Yeah, I should be able to get just about all of that. Perfect. Oh, I just realized we need more housing. I want to put it here, but I also want to be able to get them to there, because that's where the two-way station is going to be. So I think I'll put it there. Oh, I can't put those there. But I can stack them up, so I'm going to. Welcome to your new apartment. Unfortunately, they're not going to be built anytime soon, but, we'll get there eventually. Yeah, I know, you're climbing a ladder to get to bed, brah. Just how it is now. Well, my idea is I'm going to stick the two-way station here. It's going to go straight down and into the tube network. Which is continuing to be built because it has a moderate thing, even though that means it's eating up all the planks still. Yeah, I put stairs. I'm gonna knock those out later on, build a building here, fill this in with dirt, all that good stuff. There's this over here is where I'm going to get the dirt when it eventually gets built. The only reason it hasn't yet is because of this. And also the complete lack of wood is a big inhibiting factor, if I'm being honest. Later on, am I going to use ladders? Because of how, so it makes more sense. You mean for getting into the tubeway? The tubeway is a building. They go in and they fly through a tube like Futurama. Go 300% faster, too. And it's a much more direct route. Nothing in the way. You know what I just realized? There's wood here. Not a lot of wood, but wood is wood. Oh, I see what you're thinking. Yeah, no, not quite. Futurama to base transportation. And drought. And these are literally just missing logs. That's wild. Thinking we capture a little bit of extra water while we still can. Especially the 9-day drought. How are they flooding and yet this is not spinning? Oh, because it closed it because there's the... Okay. I got it. Yeah, vacuum tube, not train tube, exactly. Yeah, not enough of a delay. But that's fine. I'm okay with like a minor amount of flooding. We're fantastic on food, fantastic on ingredients for food. Bad water is bad watering. It's a drought, so, I mean, they've got this left. And it's gone. Um, got a little bit of wood. A lot of planks, which is nice. Actually gonna pause these until we have more wood supply, because we have 200 planks now. We're good on planks. We just need not planks. We need logs, that's the word. Yep, we are getting there. Got the bad water pumping station. We got all this going on. It's good. It's good. They're not gonna be able to reach most of that, but yeah, I'm annoyed by the seeming lack of and operators in here. Oh, hang on. Performs the simple logical operations on its input signals. Okay, so I could... Okay, that looks like an and to me. So that should indicate if there's issues. Perfect. And also just gonna cancel these. Hi? Yeah? I know. See ya. Alright, so there we go. If bad water storage is on and upstream depth is on, then pump. Should pump bad water. There we go. You know, we got a little bit of canola oil. Canola oil. I'm not sure storing it in a open top container like that out in the air is a great idea, but yeah, well, yeah, bugs and stuff are gonna land in it is the problem. Also rain, but I mean, it doesn't really rain in this game. That'd be cool. This game needs rain. This game needs, like, weather. True. But it still does contaminate the oil to some degree. Injured? How many beavers? Oh, wait, how did we get up to 8 injured beavers? Alright. That slowed down dramatically since we stopped producing as many boards. I mean, we're still producing a lot of boards, and wood's catching up now as well, which is good to see. Probably because we, chopped down a forest over here, but... And there we go. Another small tree farm. I feel like that's there. I just realized I'm gonna have to make this dam bigger in order to flood that. So that actually does make sense there. in order for this to work out, I have to make sure the water goes that way, and that's fine. That's going to prevent any massive issues. I think I'll leave that one plugged and use this as our main outlet because it's very good for that. Well positioned. Water supply is 90% full. That's what I like to see. We have 65 explosives. We have coffee. Hell yeah. Hope my beavers are enjoying that delicacy. Of course, neither of the containers set up to store it is full. Or they're available, so, you know. That's a downside. But we're making coffee. Which actually, if coffee fixes thirst, then that looks like a more efficient thirst quencher. Because you put in, like, you get 4 drinks out for every 1 that you put in. Is it possible that a colony that only drinks coffee is better hydrated than one that only drinks water? Find out more next time on Dragon Ball Z. Also, we got 22 beavers that need homes. Can we, like, hurry this up? You know, it's funny, we're at 170 beavers and we still have unemployed beavers somehow? Like, they're I don't know how, because we're very frequently, like, almost employing everyone. And I'm not adding that many new jobs most of the time, you know? Can't get all the required materials. That's bullshit. They've got all the materials. He's just not delivering them. I now recognize that using that AND gate, I could add a thing. Maybe. Using the, Christ, that would be annoying. It'd be a lot of stages to set up a min-max system. Oh, good. You chopped down all the trees in range. There we go. Unemployed beavers. Damn. Oh, wow. Okay. Wasn't going to be that quick, but sure. Well, we can always use more haulers. I'm pretty sure they never actually go to the buildings, so... Doesn't actually have to be anywhere that makes sense necessarily, it just needs to be a place where it can function. And there is jobs for 30 beavers. I wish the game had like a list of current construction projects and what's being focused on. That would be super handy to have. Some way to just get an overview of what's going on in my city right now. How's the two-way coming? It's making progress. Okay. I definitely should have just done the ladder, because they can build downward infinitely. They could have just done that. Oh well. Just forgot to mark these as all prioritized by haulers, because if their haulers aren't hauling, we got problems. Because they have to like run out and like deal with that themselves, and so that they're not pumping like 3/4 of the time. Occurs to me I could really also do with more builders. Oh, it also just occurred to me that the drought's been over for a while. I didn't even notice. That water wheel, man, when it's going. Right? Like right now, that water wheel is the differentiator between us having excess power and not having enough. When it shuts off, we're in the negative. When it's just barely running, it holds us stable. We can definitely handle more beavers in population right now. I can definitely give them jobs. Is there an easy... that way? So another thing would be nice is for saying a small cost, you can directly move a building instead of demolishing, especially one tile building. It's like the advanced. Yeah, I agree. Being able to move stuff would be fantastic. I wish I could, like, grab a beaver and be like, build this. This is your priority now. Alright, we are totally positive power now. And leave that one off because we don't need it running. Because these are charged. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, having the cost increase in the size of the building. I mean, right now, though, when you demolish a building, you do get all of the resources back from it, if I'm not mistaken. I think. Or at least a portion of it. It'd be, yeah, but yeah, if it was just relocating, that'd be fantastic. If it was just... There you go, now you've moved it for less than it would cost to airstrike and rebuild it. And you just play the construction animation in reverse, and it would just move the items. That's all I would need. Oh, good, it's working. Yeah. just realized you know, so this would allow me to have bad water all the time if I wanted, but it's like 50 explosives, which I don't really want to spend. I have that, but I don't want to. Also, 200 steel and 300 gears. I don't have 300 gears, and I don't have 300 steel. Or, actually, I don't have 200... I don't have 200 steel, but I almost do. Yeah, that's true. It's not as clean though, and unfortunately the mod site, I believe that the developers are encouraging people to use if you're not using Steam, I believe it's Thunderstore, which is just awful. So no, I mean you can use Modder's Nexus. I just mean like they're encouraging the Thunderstore at the very least is where the initial mod support came from. For some reason. Ah, well, never mind then. I mean still. I need those built to suck up residual employment, please. Can you know what? I have to imagine all the beavers that are born out of these are going to be the ones that are like just complete coffee addicts from all the accidental splashes. Because this is a coffee container. Also, we're out of wood again. And it's literally a waiting game because there's nothing we can do about that right now. I remember when CurseForge purchased Overwolf. Or not CurseForge. Yeah, no, yeah, it was CurseForge. So that's a bit hypnotizing. It looks really cool. Still at 800 horsepower is nothing to sneeze at. Yep. Coffee. That's what it looks like. Ish. Not quite, but you know what I mean. Those are coffee berries. $2D, but convincingly 3D at the right angle. Or distance. I really only need one, so... So I know it's called the Marianas Trench, but that doesn't make it any less of a desire in my heart to call it the Mariner Trench. I just hope everyone knows that. I mean, enough people fed to Thark's itch, so it sound like a marriage. What? Feed enough people to sharks, it would look like a Mariner Trench. Fair. That, honestly, probably all I need. The logical one that I placed is honestly unnecessary. I don't remember where I put it, so it'll get built and never used, probably. You know what I can do? We're positive feels like a better name for it. I suppose. We're positive that there is a surplus of negative 1,000 energy. And also, I do realize that that means that there is a solid possibility of what's going to happen. Is that this one is going to make this one turn on and off for like 1,000 or like 1,000 times a second, because like if it's within a 400 horsepower range, every time it turns on, it'll satisfy it. Every time it turns off, it will no longer be satisfied. I'm not sure how the game developers really expect you to deal with that. So really, this should be negative 400. This one should be negative 800. And this one should be negative 1,200. Because most of the time, we should be fine. The only other thing I can think of is in the situation where these are dead. I mean, but then that means that we're never going to charge the batteries unless we have surplus, I suppose. Trying to think through the implications of everything going on, right? The worst part is, let's say this one turns on, it sorts out negative 400 demand. Right? That brings it back up to 0. That immediately turns it off again. This is not great. Like, it'll work-ish. They'll turn on and, you know, pulsate a lot, probably. We'll see. I guess we'll have to see how the game is programmed to handle that. Hopefully it isn't just spasming on and off really fast. This should be on. Probably because I manually paused it and I didn't mean to. See what I mean? And that one's just gonna spasm. It's all the same. There's really not much I can do there. Because them turning on immediately corrects the problem. And like, to be clear, it would work. turning on and off like that would work. It would, if I adjust these to 0, -400, -800, it'll even keep things charged. It's just that while they're in the range of each individual generator... Ooh, a bad tide. Cool. Hopefully not too big. Interesting they're building it from that side across like that. They're all equally prioritized. And this area is ready to go, honestly. If I just pop these. Aside from the lack of wood to build these, of course, but... I wouldn't mind getting some water in there is basically how this is going. I want to get some water in here to see what my range is. The influx of logs feels like one of the tree farms is kind of coming due. Yeah, I think it's about, yeah, okay. Yep, we're good. Come on, dude. For the record, this one's even worse because it ends up in a situation where they get employed and unemployed rapidly, which is really not great. Let me think. Logical gate, I want an upper and a lower bound. Maybe an exclusive 4? So if we say if less than 90... No. How do we do this? Hang on. I'm gonna Google, because I know there's a solution here, but it's been so long since I did this in high school that I can't remember what the solution is. So I'm gonna Google the logical... Okay. I have... That's not at all what I wanted. Hysteresis, yes. I need memory. That, you know, that actually makes sense. Yeah, this is logic gate stuff. I need a second one of those as well. Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to work out right now. Because I think it can be done with memory or one of these. Is it latch what I'm looking for? Looks like it. Oh wait, hang on. Oh, hang on. Is this 80% water and reset on 90% water? Hello, Bren. Assuming I did this correctly. I think that does what I want. Switches on when A, which is 80% water. Resets to off when B, which is RST, which is 90% water. Okay. I think that works. That just needs to be built. In theory, the logic works. And this does nothing. In fact, I'm gonna... Which means I could, in theory, do the same thing here. But that only kinda works. Logic gates, I swear to... It hurt my head. I program software for fun. Logic gates hurt. Okay, so this one is more than 90%. This one's less than that. Alright, so that turns them on. There we go. I doubt my knees are supposed to produce a pop sound every time I move them after having my legs stay still for 10 minutes. That's actually not as unusual as you might think. It's a thing that people's legs do. Their knees, their joints. I think it would help if the descriptions given were a little bit more verbose. I got it in the end, what that meant. But the verbosity could use some work. Also, we're in a power deficit because there is no logs. On the plus side, there is coffee. Okay, you might want to talk to your doctor with that because that doesn't sound great. But in general, that's gonna be like just your joints. They're just joints. They're joints doing joint things. I mean, it could be more, but it's probably just your joints being joints. Yep. Fun fact, cracking your knuckles has been found to have no correlation to arthritis. Crack away, my friends. Crack away. Can you somehow force, is it not already? What you'll likely need... Bad water's here. So, okay, you're on a desktop, right? It should just use the NVIDIA. I'm trying to think about... Laptop? Okay, so there's probably a script, like in your terminal called NVIDIA Switch, or NVIDIA Offload, or NVIDIA something, NVIDIA dash something, and you put that in front of the command, and it should tell whatever the command you're running is to run using your NVIDIA GPU. I can't wait to have a much bigger tree farm going on. We're getting there. I'm probably gonna fill in a bunch of these and like knock down a bunch of these with explosives, just make it big and flat. And I say this, but it's mostly, honestly, going to be this area over here, this floodplain. Because that's what that is. That is a floodplain that I've thoroughly dammed up. If you're using a laptop, it is an Intel. If you're using an laptop, it's an Intel CPU with integrated graphics, and that's probably it's probably running Optimus. Oh damn. Didn't expect that to be gone so quickly. Makes that a lot more important, doesn't it? Luckily, that's all wood, basically. So once I have the tree farm, that becomes easy. Just a matter of getting a tree farm. It's, you know, usually the squeeze comes from food or water. No, it's wood. Forcing the video. That is not how that works, because they are on Linux. Unfortunately, the NVIDIA control panel features no such thing. It's this basic ass thing that basically does nothing. And if you change any settings, it'll probably leave you without a desktop. I'm not even joking. Wish I was. Can't, like... It works so well. So functional. Love this for me. The most functional thing. For the record, there is zero reason for it to in any universe require that be a thing, but it does anyway. Oh, this is supposed to be on 80. No wonder. That'll do it. Greater than 80. Wait. It's less than 80 or greater than 90. There we go. Logic figured out. To be fair, NVIDIA on Linux is getting better. It really is. And plus, we got a lot more haulers. So efficiency throughout the district is just skyrocketing. Ooh, bad tide's over. We're gonna have water again soon. You guys excited for water? Oh, I just noticed. During the bad tide, this must produce bad water as well. So it's slowly poisoning this off. Oh, that's actually kind of tragic. Because like this used to all be green, but as it's gotten more and more poison from each bad tide. Oh, good. Okay. We're getting there. So once the water starts flowing, this should all fill up, and then it should flood over. Hell yeah. And then this area, we get to see where the green is. You know what? A lot of your games would probably run better if you run it with that script. Never mind the games that, like, you had to turn on the settings for, you mentioned the other day. Yeah, I mean, you do end up having to jump through loops, but for the most part, they're loops of the manufacturer's making, which super fucking sucks. No, I don't believe I could. There appears to be a rate limit on how quickly it's willing to do that. Also, the fresh water is here. It is flushing the bad water any moment now. This will reach 5%, and the gates will open. Water will flow through. I love how these are too far away because they can't reach them because there isn't a path underwater. Just putting that out there. They can swim. Also, all of these are populated. A good portion of these are going to end up empty the moment the water turns on. Yep, like that. Yeah, so empty, 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 and mostly empty, full, full. But unemployed beavers become haulers, and efficiency go up. Look at that. Wouldn't you just love to dive into that if you enjoyed coffee? The moon-like surface of the coffee. Coffee's supposed to have giant bubbles of oil on top, right? That's normal. And just like that, they go back to doing their other things. Mostly hauling. There we go. I want them to do other things for longer, if that makes sense. Because we definitely have enough pumping for our population. I love the quick little, like, you know, pump. Power's recovering. Still no logs, but that's because of this. And soon enough, there should be enough water coming through. It'll start to overflow this. There's like that, and now this should start to fill up, and I believe that that is, yes, high enough at that current height that it should start to fill up the new tree farm, and we can begin setting that up. I would worry about like adding some sort of emergency drainage over here, but honestly, I'm not concerned. The absolute worst case scenario of everything that happens is it floods over here and goes over the edges of the map. Just in case I need them to be able to get across or something in the future. Polar beaver's OP, by the way. Also, I love how animated that is. These are hardly worth having here, honestly. Yeah, absolutely. They did a lot. They absolutely did do a lot of work that literally is only there because pretty. And that's fantastic. That should be enough, I think, for now. And it leaves room for other activities as well. Just a wee bit. And they're back to work, so that's why that's taking a little bit longer. When all the builders and all the haulers are active, everything just flies, and I love that. Once we have logs again, I'm going to turn all this stuff back on. Although I'll turn these ones back on now, because they're just screws and stuff, which we need. Actually, we kind of don't need those at the moment, believe it or not. But we will if we want to build this. Need explosives. I just realized we only have 2 buildings that make the gears, don't we? Yeah. Just oak. They take the longest to grow, but they also produce, for the amount of time they spend growing, the most wood, so... Also, this place is still filling, so there's actually going to be probably a little bit more green space before this is done. Yeah. Well, 10 in-game days, which is give or take an in-game cycle. Also, I'm going to get an achievement when this is over, I think. That being said, we're up to 89 logs. So that's good. Out of range? Yep. Out of range? Yep. See what I mean by you have to just keep adding the path or they don't continue? That is the most irritating thing. It should not do that. For those, it should be unlimited range. For those very explicitly, those things. Everything else, sure. Those should be unlimited. Yeah. I will probably use explosives and put a station there. go. I will say it's unfortunate that those don't actually quite make it to there, but... Because, like, realistically, the main thoroughfare of our town is, like, over here and this. Like, it goes like that. But, that's fine, ultimately. I'll see you in the morning. Oh, yeah, no, this is... Yep. This is, in a way, intentional. This is, you know, other than me using ladders, the rest of it is very intentional. Hey, we got all of our haulers and such. Did a bunch of them die, or did... Oh, is it because I opened up new jobs? I don't know. I don't know. Weird. Still more haulers. I'm just confused about where they have all gone. Because the guy turned on... I guess 8 buildings is a lot. Fair enough. That one's gone. Yeah, you literally just do ladders, or stairs. But I refuse to believe that beavers that are building houses cannot figure out how to build a ladder, so... That's why it's the only mod that I have installed. The 300 wood, very nice. The Black Forest isn't even growing yet. It's still being planted. Oh, I know why that part wasn't being planted. It's up on a ledge. Oh, another bad tide. Great. Apparently I'm not allowed to cancel those ones. I don't know why. There we go. Our forest is gonna have a great big mine in the middle. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm very sure that these guys are going to be just completely flooded with wood, I would be tempted to tell them to also to plant trees in the water. But honestly, I think that they're gonna be fine. How the hell? Dude, what? What? Oh. Okay, fair enough. I'm not sure how you got down there, but... Oh, you know what? They built them from up here. I get it now. That's bad water. Why is there bad water there? Ah, because... Okay. I need to build the impermeable stuff. Which, that part's gonna be problematic. Although I think they can do it from inside the tunnel, but that still means I'm gonna have a lot of sick beavers. 300 logs, 450 gears, 300 planks. Well, get I'm not even gonna turn on the plank factories because we don't strictly need them at the moment. On the plus side, lots of beavers. On the downside, we've lost our water wheel, so power is becoming more tight. Alright, sub-zero power. That doesn't quite do what I want, does it? Because that means it'll just turn on and off every 3 hours instead of 1, doesn't it? I wonder if it might make more sense to monitor these. Let's say use this battery charge. Change it to battery charge. Yeah. Now that's a thought. If I monitor battery charge and have it turn those on when battery charge is less than 90%, and turn them off when it reaches 100, that could work really well, actually. And that would just be a simple... I think a relay in this case would do it. Yeah, okay, we're gonna do that. So this is going to be... battery charge. If it is less than 80. Is that less than or more than? I think it's less than. Battery charge equal to or greater than 95. And that one's just not going to do anything. So... oh wait, that means I want this, not that. these. Set reset on battery charge, battery charge full. Yeah. I think that works. Alright. That should toggle the power generation based on the state of charge. Did I wear? Got that one and that one and these three. Oh, you're right, that one. Gonna call it 50. Why not? That way they don't have to run on and off very often, and they'll just. I will say that it's notable that that's spinning right now, considering there's a bad tide on and there's no extra water coming in. I may be much older than that, but let me tell you, I still struggle with that. A lot of haulers making things happen. Yeah, I mean, I know the whole thing, yeah, but it just, I still struggle with it. Yep. It's one of those things that I think might just be taught really poorly. So everyone ends up just kind of struggling with it unless they end up, like, working with it, you know what I mean? Yep. Line of beavers all working their, all pumping their loads. Don't say that in a podcast without context. But what if I want to? This is a really long bad tide, you know that? You know, I feel like Apple Music and Spotify would not be the most thrilled with that name. But fuck it, we're doing it live. Alright, can you see that spam? That was weird. Did you bop them or did Twitch bop them? That was really quick. Fair. Twitch is a real spam problem. Like an obscene spam problem. Like Amazon, if you want to be able to claim that you're, you know, a leader in AI, how would you use it on your site? Not for like making streams, but for moderating. When a message is detected by the standard system as potentially spam, ask one of your LLMs, hey, is this spam? Like, does it fit this criteria? That would probably be a very good way to do it. That's what I'm trying to implement, but I can't because your API fucking sucks. Right? We're gonna need more treated planks. Is that what you make? I think you're the only building that makes them. But we don't generally use treated planks that often, so... On Kick Real, people coming in going, "Your stream is shit." This watch the stream and said, and it took me to and all it took me was to some nobody that couldn't keep a mosquito routine was sucking the blood. Oh, damn. Yeah. Okay. Took me a second there to read that. Also, hey, we have enough beavers to keep all these busy now. I don't know what this would have in stock, if I'm being honest. I haven't seen any episodes recently. Why? Episode 8 just came out? Okay, okay. Which reminds me, I need to check on the, on this. They've made no progress since last time I checked. Oh well. In fairness, they have other things that are important right now. Oh god, I just realized if I don't get them to cover that top before they get to that point, then the whole thing is just gonna flood, including out here, all the way through. I need to get that dealt with. Alright, time for some sacrificial beavers. The little bit that is going to be underneath there already sucks, but there's not much I can do about it. And it'll dry up. One of the beavers just took that route. That must have been a, what are they called? A desire path. Desire trail? Whatever they're called. Yeah, and now they're all doing it. Mostly, somewhat. I'm also surprised that none of them have been building from this side. You know what? should be able to reach all that from there. Wait, what am I doing? There you go. Now they'll be able to reach it. But yeah, no, that desire path makes absolute sense. I don't know why some of them just ran across there. I'm guessing it was one of the beavers that, like, is allowed to leave the paths. Not complaining, because frankly, yeah, you're right. That was a better path. But, like... What? Yeah, exactly. They were hauling beaver, and they were hauling. That one is done. Okay, we can build the station here. I mean, it doesn't really go anywhere yet, but the station can be built. I do want to verify something, though. I do that, and then I do... Yeah, that does work. Okay. Oh god, I'm gonna have them build it in reverse order. Oh god. Because there's no way in hell they build that correctly. Yeah, exactly. Which, I mean, in fairness, fine, but it could be better. Like, make it so they can dig infinitely far underground. And there's a mod that I used to have that I would love to get again. What it did was it changed their building AI, so it would check to make sure when I build this, is it going to prevent anyone from getting to anything else behind it? If so, don't do that. And so they would, successfully build... Also got an achievement for that. So it would successfully build out a tunnel or whatever it is, all in one go without massive issues. Yeah! That was for surviving 20 cycles. That achievement has been gotten by 5.4% of players, or slightly more than the number of people that have attempted to place dynamite in the bottom of the map. Oh, I didn't realize it was getting this low over here. I do this not because I need to, but because I want to. Pretty much, yeah. That being said, this is definitely low priority for them, but the idea is giant water reservoir. And I'll probably end up blasting the whole thing flat and even and down to the bottom of the map at least, which that I think might already be pretty close to. How many more down does that need to go? Literally one. In fact... yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. It'd be way better, or faster rather, if I had built it off the ground. Oh well, I'm not doing that. It's a subway. It's a tubeway, not even a subway. It's a sewabway. Oh, I didn't need to go quite so wide, but that's fine. You miss Subway. Yeah, I miss when they were cheap. I miss when they weren't absurdly expensive. But up on a $5 footlongs, right? Now they're like, yeah, you want to $15. 15 mother dollars for a sandwich. They used to cost a literal third of that. There isn't that much inflation. Sorry to tell you. It's a great sandwich. But fuck me. It is notable that those will probably all get placed really damn quick, just as soon as the those will probably get placed very quickly as soon as the water pumpers are done. Which they are almost. There's There's one place in North Carolina that sells 2-foot sandwiches, and every time my friend buys one, I'm hella jealous. I am jealous too. Even if I would have to take a massive shot of insulin for that, I am jealous. You know what I just noticed? We're down to only 2 free beds left in the colony again. I need to build another skyscraper. I wish I could blueprint that. That'd be awesome. Where's my blueprinting tools, game? Ooh, this is almost done. Got all the logs. Closing in on the gears and closing in on the treated planks. We have no treated planks. We do have the gears. The poor injured beavers. We need more beds. That almost works what I'm thinking. Oh wait, that blocks her. Hang on. Wow, that dried out just as that fresh water came in. All right, you have a good night. I wish there was an option for these to be 2 tall. Or, I mean, 4 tall, rather. That's how you want your ruse to work. Honestly, the better thing to do would be to get these. Yeah, I'll do that. Oh, they don't... okay. I almost need, like, a slice one, but that doesn't exist. Well, I can do this. Apartment blocks. Making good progress. Also, I think this is... yeah, this is dried out. Beautiful. That's what I was hoping to see. And they're coming at it from both ends. Even better. Literally just need someone to tap it with a wrench to make it go boom. That's all, that literally is all it needs. Like that. And that. Do, do, do. Oh, that would have been very easy to know I could do that. Okay, keep that in mind. I'm gonna have to set up storage for my new wood collection. Just the sheer volume of it. I think for these two, because they can access both ends, I'll probably start building out from, like, the corner, maybe. And that'll be our first subway connection. How close is this? Oh, we're getting there. We are, as always, low on treated planks. But that's not the most surprising thing, to be fair. Ah, I see. We're full up on those. Yeah, okay. Hey, we're charged. Beautiful. This thing really does put in the work, though. There we go. Build that there so they'll actually do it from both ends, because I think they reached the maximum length back there. I will say, it kind of works out, because these things end up running at night. It appears you're missing prime select on Bazite. let me think. It might be. I mean, is it called Prime Select on Bazite? Well, try. Hang on, I'm gonna send this to you on Discord. If you wonder if you can somehow install BattleEye using Lutras, no, you cannot. That is not a thing. If you do that, does it tell you you're on NVIDIA or no? And if you try the 0 instead of 1, does it tell you you're on Intel? Okay, so Prime Select is a script. It's basically just set some environment variables. If needs be, it is easy enough to make your own. But it may or may not work with the DRI Prime flag. It depends, honestly, on the specific NVIDIA setup, because it's irritating like that. Is that what it said? Interesting. Do you have Secure Boot enabled? So NVIDIA DRM is a kernel module. It should be loaded. Run this and then show me the output. Hello, Victory the Furry, or Victor the Furry. birds. Sweet, sweet, sweet victory, yeah. Too far, huh? Oh, it's because it's in the middle. That actually makes sense. Okay, fair enough. I'm totally not planning to blow up my bay or build a subway. That's totally not happening. Yeah, I'm not sure what the hell happened there. Alright, that does work. Okay. He was just being awkward last time. Oh, this is a bit of pop, and then that one. All right. Time to build some tubeway. Unironically, this would actually be easier if I built them too wide. But it would use twice as much resources. That's enough here for now. Other things are allowed to take priority as well. It's okay. We have plenty of housing. We have housing for 63 beavers that haven't been born yet. Gotta love beaver tubes. It occurs to me I can make this construction a lot faster if I do this. Use store planks and request them. Use store metal and request it. sticks and metal blocks. That because all of this is going to need a lot of blocks, a lot of logs, so I'm going to have that delivered. I want to see if they can handle that, because if they can, hooray. But we'll see. Because they need to build them in the correct order, which is the biggest problem with that I've seen so far in this game. If they can handle that, then I'm fine. Hooray. This is Mega Building H1, as it's called, in Night City. This is the beaver version of. In case anyone was curious. Oh, that beaver died. It was just a dead beaver. And they're idiots. Wait, unless? Were they idiots? Or were they doing something I wasn't expecting? Continue that one as normal, but is that doing what I thought they were doing? Because that didn't make sense, the amount and type of rubble I got from that. Yeah, Mega Building H1 is also just wiping us out for logs. Plus side, the Dark Forest is almost ready to be harvested. Harvested, rather. That being said... Actually, not over yet. I want to see what they're doing here before I do that. We have water, food. Yeah, everything is holding up. And a drought's coming. That's fine. We have water. Oh, good. Was it DRI Prime or was it some other NVIDIA specific ones? I actually don't know what the script should be called on Basilite, so I'm curious. I have no idea. NVIDIA, yeah, that makes sense. Why support the thing everyone else supports when you can support your own thing? Intel, AMD, we all have a standard thing. NVIDIA, nah, we do our own thing. Fuck y'all. Oh, hell yeah, it's working. Need extract and treated planks. Okay. Set up a little bit of storage over here for that. There we go. Oh, right. The reason it's not being built. Priority. Okay, so are they gonna finish this one and then build the whole thing in one swoop? Because if so, then that's fucking amazing and I'm sold. If not, then irritating as shit. Once the game properly loaded, the world I'm running is on 250 FPS, meanwhile everyone's stuck at 100 and lower. Yep, sounds about right. Your other games that you were talking about that were running worse, they were probably running on Intel. Which, by the way, just has a better driver on Linux, so, you know, yeah. But give that a shot, because that might be what happened there. That's probably what happened there. Demolish a building and then... Wait, what was that achievement? Demolish a building and place an identical one in its place right afterwards. Oh, so demolishing the... Yeah, okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Hey, I've planted 5,000 trees in a playthrough. Also, this is going much faster. Big fan. Those little storages up on the surface are probably getting rinsed, and this cannot be built. See, that's what I wish they wouldn't do. There's no reason for it. It's irritating as shit. Build this. All you have to do is build them in order. Anyway, now that I know, have a good night. I'll see you guys later. Brent, if you need me, I'm on Discord, and I'm glad that's working for you. See you guys later.